Hey guys, how's it going? So today we're gonna play a little bit more of Path of Exile with a skeleton mage build. We're gonna start exactly where we started in the previous video. Previously I played for about 4.5 hours. We started the build from level 1. So if you haven't seen the first 4.5 hours that I played, go ahead and check the description. Hopefully I will remember to put the link in the description. So we are currently level 28. We are a witch and we are doing skeletons and zombies and absolution currently. So what I just did while I was not recording, we're still starting from exactly the same place as where we were. I did not gain a single experience point from the previous video, but I did replace this ring that I had with this ring. So I just went on to the auction house website and I bought this ring for 3 chaos. So this ring cost me 3 chaos and it's pretty good. It increases the maximum life of our minions by 21, damage by 28%, and then our minions have 33% increased elemental resistance. So they should be dying a lot less now, which obviously is pretty good. If our minions don't die, then we are happy. And then I also bought another ring that is basically the same as this ring, and it gives 22% increased movement speed, 30% increased damage, and then as well 38% increased elemental resistances for minions. So it's basically the same as this ring, except this one gives maximum life, whereas this one gives movement speed. So this one we will equip in 4 levels. So we just need to gain 4 levels, then we can equip this one over here. And then I also just bought a level or a quality 23 summon skeletons gem, since our gem previously was 0 quality. So I bought a quality level 23 gem as well. So that will help us with obviously our skeletons, since our skeletons is a pretty big damage dealer, and it is always good to have your damage dealing or basically any gems at the maximum quality that they can be. You know, obviously a higher quality gem always helps because it increases the efficacy and effectiveness of your gems, your abilities. We can level up that one, level up that one, level up that one. So our build should now already, with this one new ring that I have, should already be dealing about 30% more damage than what we dealt previously, even though obviously we were already walking through these minions like it is nothing. And now with the 23% quality skeletons that we can summon, we will also be dealing a lot more damage with our skeletons. But obviously we only use our skeletons on bosses, really. Like, there's no need to use our skeletons on anything except bosses, because like really with all of the other stuff we just walk right through them. I want to pick up these ones for when we can eventually craft the dying, what's that other dying gem? I forgot the name of that gem. Okay, we shouldn't go into the, oh yes, we should go into the crematorium, I forgot. Yeah, and then after that we need to get the key, and then we need to go into that other
when you build something
locked
like this, you make persecution
place.
a way of life.
There's also a trial in this area, I do believe. There's always, once you enter a zone for the first time, there's also the always the tiniest bit of lag that you get as your game is loading all of the new textures. The same thing seems to happen when you stand in town. All of the people that come into the zone, into the town zone, with their microtransactions, their different microtransactions, the game loads all of their shiny microtransactions when they get into the zone. And so very often, just by standing in the town, you will bloody get freezing and stuff like that, glitching and stuttering of the game due to all of those bloody microtransactions being loaded, but you can't really do too much about that. Here's a big battle. What the hell is that? Is there a unique around here somewhere, or what the hell was that that just happened? Right, we're gonna run out of space. Okay, we've already run out of space apparently. And we can quickly go back.
You getting by?
Those ones are already revealed. I do definitely also want to get different weapons, a weapon and a shield, or just a staff or something like that, because my weapons are absolutely hilariously underpowered for where I am currently. Like, they are ridiculously underpowered. So I seriously need to do something about that. There's the next labyrinth.
Of 1,000 ribbons, our finest city burned. It burned with fires lit by cruelty and neglect. It burned with shame for giving the title of emperor to a man who did not deserve it.
Don't go stand on the bloody fire. You idiots, you're burning.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Okay, now we need to... What do we need to do now? Are we done now? No, we need to find Tolman. There we go.
There she is, my work in progress. Let's see if Rayclast has been good to you, witch.
Okay, a little bit of lag.
Enough of this!
Yeah, you better run away, Piety.
We may just discover the truth of this world.
Okay, we get a bunch of... Seems like support gems almost. Which ones do I need? That's the question. Okay, let me quickly check my build. Just 1 second. Okay, it would seem that I don't really need any of these. None of them are really anything that I need. We can take the purity of elements. Maybe if I want to
General Gravicius demands. Goodbye.
use that aura, even though it's not part of my build. This ring is not good for me. It's good if you have a
Don't
ignite
think I would.
type build. Yeah, purity of elements, it's 50% mana reservation, which is a little bit ridiculous.
I need to see you.
Okay, now we have the
Have fun.
ease.
Bring me back something nice, eh?
Okay, we can jump back to the crematorium and then to the slums, I think. And now we need to search for the sewers. I'm already reserving a little bit of my mana with the Herald of Purity. I don't really want to reserve more mana because I don't have like mana problems, but if I reserve 50% of my mana with something like Purity of Elements, then I will definitely have mana problems, so I'd rather not reserve more of my mana right now. We will eventually get auras, like obviously now I don't have any auras. The Herald of Purity isn't exactly an aura, but we will definitely get some auras later on to affect our
Fear. Destiny is seen to that.
our minions, since auras are obviously very, very good with minions. There is a boss around here somewhere. Like one of these creepy crawly dudes. These Edward Scissorhand dudes. There's a boss version of him around here somewhere. Let's see if we can find him quickly. Nope. No. I'm not gonna search for him. Let's just go on. These dudes that explode do a lot of damage. Like, especially when you go up against a rare one of those. They can sometimes kill you in a single hit if you're not careful. And the third bust, I believe, is also in here somewhere. Okay, there's a hideout over there. I believe I already have all of the hideouts in the game. Unless they added more hideouts since the last time that I played. Which is possible. Don't want to pick that up. Run away!
When I'm ready, and not before.
Bloody hell, I hate that. The thing freezes you, and then it explodes. Like, that can very easily kill you. Fortunately, I didn't take much damage from that. But it can very easily kill you. Especially at the later stages. And if your fire resist is not very good, those explosions can destroy you. Now, where is this bloody bust? There we go.
I write this now in hope that someone will remain. Someone may remember. The sun is an orb of blood. Twisted twilight shrouds my eyes. The air reeks of anguish. San has plunged into nightmare. The man who served me coffee now writhes on the floor. He rants of visions he alone can see as writhing red tentacles grow from his face, as if his eyes had been seeds waiting to sprout. He is quiet now, my waiter. No more cackling and screaming. Dead. Of my fellow patrons, only 2 live. The others have fallen. Their blood is everywhere. The survivors, gemlings both, their skin shrivels and grays to the hue of necrosis. Their gems flare with unholy luster. Their eyes black as hatred. A gemling ghoul. It twisted off a corpse's head, gnaws at skull-like dog. My head now, visions clawing at me. Thinking burns. I see horror. Envy the mute corpses at my feet. Words flay me, flee me. All is madness.
The Beatles poet.
Yeah, that guy clearly lost his mind a little bit.
Don't do anything I would.
I want 1 alchemy, because we are gonna augment that gem cutter's prism thing. Cruelty support. Nope, I don't think we use that. Just fire we don't use. Anyone else we need to talk to? No. There we go, now we have a little bit more health. So we augment this little guy. Detonates nearby corpses. You really need to be careful of that. Okay, unfortunately that was definitely not worth it. I did not get my return on my investment there. Sometimes, well, honestly, most of the times, it is absolutely worth it to do that, to spend an alchemy orb to enhance a strongbox. Not all strongboxes, like I wouldn't do it on just a regular strongbox, but like those jeweler strongboxes that drop rings and amulets and stuff like that. They can very often drop some really good rings and amulets and stuff like that.
Bring the beast in my sights, Exile. Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Too much clutter.
Holy shit, if he goes into that thing, then I really need to be careful. And he did go into that thing. So I need to be careful. That tormented soul went into that red thing. And that is asking for trouble.
The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
Yeah, you can see he dropped a good amount of stuff because that was actually a really powerful enemy. You really don't want that tormented soul to go into one of those things. Okay, there we go. Yeah, okay, now I'm full. We can quickly go back. Herald of Purity, Absolution. Wow, we gained a lot of experience in that fight. Okay, sell, and then... Why did I pick these up? Didn't mean to pick those up. These boots. My current boots really only increase my movement speed by 15%, which obviously isn't super useful, so this will definitely be better. Definitely. So we do get new boots. It's obviously not like extremely good, but it's better than what I had, so that can't be sniffed at.
There you go. Stay out of the shadows.
We can see we are quite faster now. We are about, well, we are 25 movement speed faster now. Even though now we have increased damage taken while on full energy shield, so we should now be slightly more careful for getting hit, at least while we are at full energy shield, because we will now take 15% more damage from that initial hit that we take. Okay, and we are already full again. Grand life flask I already have. Okay, so let's return. Every time we make one of these trips, you don't exactly get a chaos worth of stuff. Unless you get lucky with the stuff like the some of these have 6 stats, like this one has 6 stats, so when you sell it you get a full orb, I believe, which is not bad. Okay, do I want to keep this one? I think it's actually maybe better than the one that I have currently, so we can definitely do that. And then obviously nothing is gonna be better than my current rings, to be honest.
Good luck to you.
Okay, so this, I'm not gonna use that, obviously. We put that in there. And then the I think we're gonna use this one. Let me just see, my current one gives 25 spell damage, and that's really it basically. Whereas this one increases our minion damage, our spell damage, increased critical strikes with spells, and minions have 10% critical multiplier. So yeah, this one is actually a fairly good wand. It's not amazing. You can get wands that are 5 times better than this wand if you actually spend a little bit of money on the market right now, but I don't want to
Bring me back something nice.
spend money right now, so we will just take that one. It's not like we need stronger stuff right now. I mean, we are already walking through everything, so it's not really super necessary. But we should probably stop picking up useless shit. I should actually get a spiraled wand. I need wands for that other recipe. It's another spiraled wand. I should actually get a filter, appropriate filter. Because right now I don't have a good filter. I don't have any filter, in fact, right now. Die, die, die.
There is nothing eternal in this empire of ours, but the names of our day that shall be revered or reviled in the centuries to come.
This one is captured. I now will take it.
Yeah, let's stop picking up those useless yellow items for now. Here's another trial.
An emperor cannot allow himself to become buried in the shadowed vaults of self-doubt. Cannot allow thoughts of imagined disaster to spin about inside his mind like so many strife-splintered wheels. An emperor navigates his way through the terrors of perplexity with his eyes set firmly on the rising sun.
Ouch.
An emperor must bear two blades, hope in the left hand, surety in the right.
You are captured, stupid beast.
I hate it when you run in the wrong direction. Or are we completed now? I think we're completed. I think the only real reason to have come here is the trial, I believe. So, okay, let's go back.
Greetings.
You getting there?
We don't need to identify these spiraled ones because I'm gonna use them in a recipe in anyway. There's no need to identify them. I mean, there's just tiny chance that they might be better than what I currently have, but I'm willing to take that chance. Okay, this one is actually better. No. Well, my current one gives a little bit of spell damage, so yeah, I guess it's better than my one. Oh, this one is nice. This one gives minion damage, minion resistances. That's actually not bad. Actually an improvement over what I have. A significant improvement actually. We can equip that one obviously. And then these ones we put over here. Okay, we need one more trial. Yes, one more trial. Okay, now hand in Vectorio's secret. Travel to the marketplace. And then we need to go over there. Around here somewhere should be another entrance. Okay, upgrade that, raise zombie and faster casting. Let's just quickly have a look here. So now I believe my thing, let me just check it out quickly. It says we need to head over to the right side, over the hump. So that would be over here. So the place where we're heading right now is Eldridge Battery, Ravenous Horde, and Cruel Preparation. So that's Cruel Preparation, Eldridge Battery, spend energy shield before mana for mana skill costs. Energy shield protects mana instead of life. 50% less shield recovery, so that will be good. That will solve our mana problems essentially. And then Ravenous Horde, 30% increased movement speed. That is insane. So we are gonna spend 1, 2, 3 points to get over here. We could, if we wanted to, spend 1, 2, 3, 4 points to get over here. That gives us an additional basic jewel socket. But then we can't get that one over there. But a basic jewel socket is very nice actually. Because my build tells me we have to go like this, 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 this. Which costs 3, 1, 2, 3 to get over here. This will cost 1, 2, 3, 4 to get over here. So it's one more in cost, but you can get so much out of a basic jewel socket. And I mean the 10% maximum health and 5 resistances that you get over here. It's not that good. I mean, a single gem socket like this can give you more than that. You can get a gem socket with plus 15% maximum life on it. Like some gem sockets, some gems or jewels at least in here can be absolutely insane. So okay, let me just check my next step of passives. Maybe yeah, I don't see why we can't do that. Like seriously, I do not see why we can't do that. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. It just makes more sense in the long run. I mean, the thing about builds, like, you can get builds online, on the forums, on YouTube, whatever. And the builds are just guides, you know, it's a build guide. It's not a build do fucking exactly what I say, you know, it's a build guide. So it guides you if you think there's something better to do, if you want to make certain alterations to the build, absolutely, you know, fucking go ahead, do it, you know. It's not necessarily that the person who made the build guide is the all-knowing father of Path of Exile, you know. In fact, with this particular build that I'm following right now, the person who made it didn't do a huge amount of effort. Because there's certain things that they simply omitted, like for instance, I commented on it in my previous video when we started the build. They didn't indicate which gems you should level up and which gems you shouldn't level up, so they literally just put basically all of the gems in the entire guide just says level 1. So if you didn't read up on it, and if you didn't know a little bit about the specific skills and skill gems, then you would just assume, okay, well, I have to keep this gem at level 1, because that's literally what the guide says. But that's not actually what you're supposed to do. I had to go read the post that the person made, who made the gem, build guide, and there, what the hell is that? And there they say that no, don't leave your gems level 1. You should level up all of the gems that say level 1. So it's a little bit counterintuitive, you know. Really, at the end of the day, what they're just basically saying is they were lazy to fill in each and every one of the different gems which level they should be. So certain gems, like for instance my Frostblink, you're not supposed to level Frostblink because the distance that you cover with Frostblink doesn't improve as you level it up. So it's really not good to level up the Frostblink.
I'd love to
Because it simply consumes more mana at the end of the day if you level it up. So literally you're not using it to damage enemies, you know, it's not a damage dealing spell, you know, the Frostblink. It's literally just a movement ability. And yet the build guide, if you were to follow the build guide 100% like it says, then you would think that you have to leave Frostblink at level 1 and everything else at level 1 as well. So it is clear that the person who made this build guide that I'm following didn't really go the extra mile, and in my opinion that then reflects a little bit badly on their how can I say, expertise when it comes to making a build guide, you know, making the proper decisions, which is why I just decided to instead go through here instead of over there, because in my opinion this is a better route. So yeah, like at the end of the day, just follow your own brain, you know. If you think you can make a better thing than or better choices than the person who made the build guide, absolutely. You know, you're in control. It's not necessarily that you have to fucking follow 100% of what the build guide says. Okay, so what we are doing in here is, I believe we are looking for level 2, and then on level 2 we will find piety, as far as I can remember. And we will also find our final lab level thing here. So obviously that will then also mean that once we have this next lab thing, that we will be able to go and do our lab. Which we will absolutely be able to go do the lab, you know. Sometimes the first time that you gain access to the lab, it's maybe a little bit advisable to first hone your build a little bit more to gain a little bit more better gear and better experience and all of that kind of stuff before attempting the lab. But honestly, my build will be able to tear that lab dude apart, so I'm basically gonna do the lab as soon as possible. Not going to wait at all. Because like I explained in my previous video, this build, you think this build would excel at mapping, like killing many creatures, but it actually excels at single target DPS much more than
Pretty as porcelain,
many
but her mouth
targets.
spins like the potter's wheel. That's how I once described Diala. Yet on this day, my lady is as ravishing as a nightmare, radiant as the fullest moon. Diala is my gemling. Tear down the walls that imprison the mind. That is what I awoke. Feverish and barely conscious, I set to drawing these maps through the sable hours. By morning, my fingers ached, my eyes burned, yet still I found no rest. The reverie commanded its rendering. The reverie device now stands completed. I've placed the first of my maps within its receptacle. I've taken my maiden voyage into nightmare. I know now that which sent me this precious gift. It knows me, expects my return. It would be foolish to disappoint. Malachi.
I didn't get the waypoint in this area, so we definitely need to get it quickly. It's likely not gonna be over here, so let's search over here to the left more. It's probably down here somewhere. And then obviously the docks will also be around here somewhere. So we need to search for the entrance for the docks as well. Here we go. Oh, there's a lot of bosses here. 3 different bosses.
Clumsy me.
And let's just quickly go back to Cell and to hand in this one over here.
The gem. That's done. Goodbye, exile.
Need some help?
Let's have a look.
Watch yourself.
And then we store... We can actually store the gems here. Melee... Oh, that will actually work with my skeletons and stuff like that. Can actually maybe take these gems and then put them in their proper place. There we go. And then we need to head to the docks. We can also find a jewel, but I'm not gonna find a jewel while recording. I will do that offline sometime, because finding the perfect jewel and then messaging the person doing the trade, all of that shit can take dozens of minutes very often, so I'll do that at another time when not recording. I don't want to bore you guys with that kind of shit. There's a lot of bosses here, holy shit. 250, sure, we can take that one. Better than the one that I currently have. Okay, there's the waypoint. Good old Fairgraves. Okay, so we need to find the sulfate in this area, correct? Is it in this area? Sulfate. I don't have the sulfate, so yeah, I think we need to find it in this area somewhere. I can't remember because obviously I've not played the game in many seasons. But I believe in this area you need to find the one quest item. There we go.
The Monkey King names you slave. No. You are the gems of Rayclast, not the treacherous stones you dig and die for. It is time to bend the Monkey King's ear. Tell him your true name.
I'm gonna relog just to save a little bit of time. Okay, let's just sell these things quickly. If I get a better shield, I will definitely use it. Okay, these are the same ones that I have right now. And the ones that I have right now are slightly better. I will keep those. This is a very good life flask, definitely better than what I have right now. And then we can sell that one, and we can sell that one.
Good luck to you.
Okay, then we need to go to the Solaris Temple level 2.
They're my ribbons,
Doesn't really matter which one we choose. Like
The
dexterity.
cockroaches will
I
come.
like you.
A dash of alcohol. Goodbye.
Not better than mine, that's for certain. Okay, now we need to go to the sewers. Sewers.
We may just discover the truth of this world.
And now, this area is level 29. Do we want to do the trial? Oh, we don't have the final one yet? Where's the final one then? Did I miss the final one? Oh, perhaps I don't have it. Why did I think that I have the final one? Maybe my memory is not that good. I was under the impression that I already had that final one, but okay, it's no problem. We will just continue then.
I shall purify you in flame, horror of nightmare.
Are you sure? Because my skeletons are purifying you of life right now.
End exile.
Just Just want to make sure that I don't miss any wands.
Back in Audius Gravicius. That wasn't very nice.
I don't like these... oh shit. Yeah, I wanted to say I don't like these dudes that storm, because they don't stun you, but they stagger you when they charge you. So if you're whatever you call it, the staggering, whatever you call it, is low, like your stagger threshold, whatever you want to call it, is low, then you're gonna get basically stun locked, which obviously is not fun. So you really need to watch when you run into a bunch of those, because they will do what they did to me there at the beginning, which is stun lock you and just keep on hitting you. Okay, here's big boy. Okay, big boy is dead. That was quick. Big boy wasn't as big as he thought. Those miscreants can actually do a lot of damage. We're not careful. Here's another jeweler's strongbox. Question is, do I want to return especially for that? I don't think I want to. It's fine, I will just do it like this. I'm too lazy to go back now. Find and kill piety. The piety fight is another one where your build is often tested. If you have a shitty build, then piety can very easily kill you, because she does a significant amount of damage. Obviously it won't be a problem for me, but it's really one of the fights that tests your build at this stage. You also need to watch out for these women who shoot these arrows, because if a couple of them let loose upon your ass at once, you can die very quickly. They do a lot of damage if a couple of them shoot at you at once. Because also this one lightning bastard around here somewhere, which is like one of these dudes with a whips, and then he whips you with lightning damage, and he can, if you are weak, actually one-shot you. Especially if he gets like a critical hit. He can easily critical hit you to death with a single shot. I don't know what those balls are. I've seen those balls several times now, but I've never seen them before. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's a league mechanic that I missed along the way, but I've never seen that in any of my playthroughs before. So yeah, it must be some kind of a league mechanic or something that they added. Those ones you need to watch out for. A group of them like that, like a champion group, they can really fuck your shit up. If I can speak French with you guys for a second. Let's see, we are drawing near. Here we go, this is the correct area. Oh, that's quite a few drops. I do want to go turn them in, that's for certain, because you actually save a bit of currency if you go sell these, because they're obviously already identified. So it's actually, it's not like good money, but it's money. It's definitely money. And the ones I will keep.
Bring me back something nice, eh?
Despite goodbye.
You are.
And now, is there anything here that we need? Rise Spectre, you can use Rise Spectre if you want. Because this is obviously a minion build, you can use that. You can even use this, Summon Reaper, you can even use Skitter Bots, anything like that. I don't like Spectres, I have to be honest. I'm not a fan of the
Talakora.
Spectre mechanic. I don't really have space for a Spectre right now. I mean, we can summon a Spectre if we want to. it's not gonna hurt or anything like that. We definitely can summon a Spectre. It's just I don't like the entire, I guess I can say, prospect or idea of a Spectre. These ones I believe burn. I would like to be able to see what abilities they can use, but you actually have to go look at the bloody wiki of the game in order to see information like that. I also have no idea why the developers haven't yet implemented the auto sort button, just like the auto sort button like Diablo had, or Titan Quest, or Last Epoch, anything like that. Would honestly be very useful.
Too much clutter.
Yeah, Spiral Wand, I believe I already have a Spiraled Wand, a normal Spiral Wand. I believe so. There we go. And that's something we want to pick up. So we will go back now.
Mate. Stay out of the shadows. They bite.
Just want to adjust my stuff here. My guide, my quest guide is telling me something different. So apparently I should not have come over here quite yet. According to my guide, I need to go to the Imperial Gardens before attempting to attack this woman, but like I said, I will not have any problems because I really have a lot of single target DPS.
Of all the worlds you could have conquered, you had to choose mine. Such power wasted on a feeble imagination.
No trouble at all.
I loved your work, Piety. It was you I wasn't very fond of.
Okay, we can just quit. Go back in.
You have... Be well.
Piety's off the... Good luck to you.
Watch yourself.
Piety.
Another skill point, that's nice.
Tread carefully, exile.
Okay, now we can go to the Imperial Gardens, which is at the barracks. I think the last Imperial the last thing is in the gardens, if I'm not mistaken. The last what do you call it? Lab thing, you know? Anything good here? Don't think so. Let me just have a look for any ones. Do I see any ones? It's difficult to see the ones sometimes because they have such varying names a lot of the times. I don't think there's anything. The library is also a really nice place because at the library, which is obviously in this area, you can get a whole bunch of really nice gems. A lot of the gems actually I think that I need for this build, you can get at the library. So we will be able to get those gems and then significantly increase our damage, very likely. Because really the only thing that's halting our damage right now is obviously items, but we can't do anything about that except get better items. And then gems, like if I had the correct gems, like for instance convert physical to lightning, if I had that gem, my damage would be on a whole other level. We definitely want to get the correct gems. It will dramatically increase our damage. Here we go.
A leader cannot simply stride forward into the future and expect his people to be able to follow. A leader must look over his shoulder so that he can witness and understand the consequences of the path he has chosen. To ensure that
an emperor must know precisely where he stands.
Okay, so now we can go do our ascendancy trial. I like this library actually because it's filled with for the most part with weak enemies. There's not a whole lot of strong ones, so you can just move into each new area, just throw down your AoE and everything is dead, and then move on to the next one. Yeah, I'm definitely not gonna read all of that shit. I don't know why it can't be voiced like the majority of the lore in this game is. Ouch.
Please, in war, go with care.
Yeah, it's from him where we're gonna be able to get those nice gems. But first we need to jump through a couple of hoops. And that was a boss. Keyword being was. May contain totems? No. I'm trying to avoid unnecessary combat so that my level can stay as low as possible, basically, because if you over level an area, which I already am over leveled for this area, then you gain less experience. So you should not be over leveled on an area. I don't want to go in there, fuck off. Here's the boss. There goes the boss. And you don't want to stand inside that. One or two of those explosions won't be anything, but if you stand in 5 or 6 of them at a time, you're gonna have a bad time. There we go, we have all of the pages. I believe that's all that we need. Yep. We can also equip our other ring that I bought before I forget.
What's going on?
Bring me back something nice, huh?
Elemental proliferation, I believe, is actually part of my build. Let me just have a look here quickly. Elemental proliferation. No. Apparently not. I remember seeing elemental proliferation somewhere, but I must have been mistaken, perhaps. Yeah, I just need physical to lightning and lightning penetration. That's what I need. Lightning penetration and physical to lightning. Those are the two key gems that I'm still missing.
Buy this?
Lightning penetration. Is that what I need? Yes, lightning penetration and then physical to lightning. So let's take lightning penetration. That's one of the gems that I need. And then lightning... physical to lightning. There we go, physical to lightning. Orb of alteration. So let's go ahead and get that. I'm just wondering... Yeah, that will really increase my absolution quite considerably. I do definitely need to get that. Not really something that I can avoid getting, to be honest.
Talamuana.
Yeah, so right now, I don't know how accurate it is, but right now it says that my DPS is 630. So now what will happen is, let me just double check my guide quickly. So physical to lightning, lightning penetration. So we remove that, we remove that. Physical to lightning, lightning penetration, phantasm support, added lightning support, and then faster casting, they say. Okay, so that's 840 DPS. That's already about 30% more damage, 20 to 30% more damage. Now, my skeletons and my zombies will obviously be weaker. But the build revolves around absolution at this stage. It doesn't really revolve around anything else. So minion damage. Some skeletons. Unfortunately, I lost my Spectre for the time being. Okay, so now Ray Zombie and Summon Skeletons are affected by minion damage support, which at least is something. Any supports here? Let me just have a look what my skeletons should have. Pierce and lesser multiple projectiles. So is there Pierce over here? Pierce. Pierce, okay. Projectiles from Pierce to additional targets. Okay, well I can see why that is very good. I can certainly see why that would be good. Because when we get the mage skeletons, the Pierce will allow their projectiles to go through multiple enemies, and then lesser multiple projectiles we also need. Lesser multiple projectiles. Lesser multiple projectiles. There we go. Oh yeah, now we actually have what our build says we must have. Our absolution has physical lightning added lightning damage, summon phantasm, lightning penetration, faster casting, and physical to lightning damage. So that is exactly what our build says we must have. Now our absolution creatures should be rather significantly more powerful. So our zombies will be less powerful, and our skeletons will be less powerful. But our absolution creatures will be quite a bit more powerful. I'm wondering to what level we must take all of these. Okay, level 20. Apparently everything must go to level 20. That's fine, we can just take this as high as it can go then. So you can obviously see my absolution hits are now quite a bit more powerful. But these support gems not only affect the damage of my absolution, they also affect the damage of the creatures summoned by the absolution. So that's really nice, obviously. And not only does my absolution do more damage, the creatures summoned by it also do more damage. So the fact that I have quote-unquote weaker zombies and skeletons now really doesn't matter, because my build is absolution. I am absolution until I get the skeleton, the mage skeletons. Okay, now we should go to the Scepter of God, which we need to find the entrance of first, obviously. Should be not too far. Here we go. Once we get that Eldritch battery thing, then we can actually start working on
Remember
getting some auras, because the auras, you can then get auras because your mana isn't locked anymore, basically. Your mana reservation then can be pretty serious, and since your skills, your spells aren't using mana anymore, they're using your shield, you can just basically go apeshit with the mana reservation of your auras. Oh, I need to actually resurrect one of these. Is that the correct one? I can't remember. There's one of these that is a particularly powerful resurrection. That one is actually not bad. That Undying Evangelist. Now I can't see where he is. That's the problem. Was it that one? Yes, it was. The Undying Evangelist is a good one. Because he's now throwing all of these circles on the ground, so he's a pretty good AoE dude, and he also has a shield, which helps you.
My dear Pt2, the Empire has lived in fear and ignorance since its inception. Our Asmiri ancestors, in their arrogance, turned their backs on the lessons of the Val. The emperors before you.
Oh.
Poor sailor boy, doomed to go wherever the winds blow him.
We actually should not forget about the trial.
My dear Pt2, the Empire has lived in fear and ignorance since its inception.
I like you
Our
better this way.
Asmiri ancestors, in their arrogance, turned their backs on the lessons of the Val. The emperors before you lacked courage, lacked vision, paying lip service to eternity while scrambling for approval and comfort within the prison of their meager mortal lives. You are not one of those emperors. You are Pt2 the Great, the man who will make this empire truly understand the meaning of the word eternal. We shall build this thaumatocracy together, my Emperor, gem by gem, immortal by immortal. Your devoted servant, Malachi.
There's usually a boss around here. But I don't see him now. Unless I already killed him accidentally. I believe this is the last floor. Oh yeah, that's one thing I need to do. I need to switch this. There we go. And now it's time for the big battle. This is once again one of the most difficult battles.
You'd bite the master that called you here?
Which?
Ouch. This battle is not super easy.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile?
Hey, are you dead? No, you're not dead yet. Where are you? Oh.
This world is an illusion, Exile.
Okay, now I'm gonna bust a nut on your face. With all of these dudes around you. Prepare to die. Check his health. Yeah, hurts, doesn't it?
No one will cry for you, Dominus. Not a soul. Of course.
Okay, I guess we will exit. Yes, yes.
That water just reeks of corruption. Let's see what...
I don't actually want to go back to my hideout. I want to go over here, and then we're gonna do the laboratory.
What's going on?
Is that one better than mine? It looks like it, to be honest. Yes. And this one gives instant recovery, but not a huge fan of that, really. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. I mean, I guess we can take it. Guess it's not too bad. Oh, and then we need to remember to equip our other ring. It's not massively better than my current ring, but it is better. This one here. It is certainly better for my minions. Anger. I don't believe we want anger. We might want the lightning version of anger.
To kill? Be well.
Since we are going for the lightning stuff. Okay, I think we are probably ready to take on the labyrinth. So the quote-unquote normal game is level 32, I believe. And the labyrinth is level 33 and we are level 37. So we are already over-leveled for the labyrinth, and then obviously, like I said, on top of that, I am also not going to struggle with this, to be honest.
Given the loyalty and love of an empire. The goddess is watching.
Who doesn't love bloody 3 dialogues playing at once over each other? Who doesn't love that?
In the impressionable youth of my reign, I was encouraged to believe in the precious nature of my imperial blood. The divine claret, as one fool of a courtier would repeat with tiresome regularity. Unfortunately, my divine claret refused to pour from one cup to another. Try as I might, with a lovely procession of young and ever dutiful wives, my noble seed simply would not sprout. Who then to choose as my worthy successor? With the candidates on hand either mediocre at best or maniacal at worst, I found myself in quite the quandary. That's when fortune took me by the hand and led me to a forgotten tome on a forgotten shelf in the quietest corner of San Library. A tome entitled Ancient Traditions of Asmarian Ascendancy. The rest, one might say, is history.
Yeah, never read a tome that starts with the words ancient. Anything really.
Dark influences reside in dark places.
And that will certainly help us progress faster. I know there's a switch there. I haven't played the game in quite some time, but at least I remember where most of the switches can spawn. They obviously can spawn on random locations, but there's not a huge amount of variance for them. And now, energy shield. Spend energy shield before mana. Energy shield protects mana instead of life. 2% less energy shield recharge. That's fine. We like that. Now, basically, our mana problems are... Oh, that's a boss. Thing of the past. Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path. The Azmeri were the first culture known in history to use trials of strength, wisdom, and spirit to select its chieftains. The first Lord's trial was a rough-hewn... The Emperor beckons, and the world attends. Brutal traps, crafted to test aspiring Azmerian leaders' body, mind, and soul. Rise to the occasion. Conquering the adversities of the maze, a champion proved they were capable of bearing the crushing burden of chieftainship. You were born for this. Contraptions reflect loyalty is a fire that spreads quickly if the forest is dry. Grew in number and complexity, so did the trials, from treacherous mazes to bewildering labyrinths. Alas, there are no surviving descriptions of the labyrinth that tested and proved the worth of Viruso Prima Imperialis.
How the hell did that hit me?
It was quite something to behold.
What the fuck? What bullcrap was that? Did you guys see that? Like I almost died there due to bullcrap. If I died there, I would not have been happy, I can tell you that much. Let's see. Kills grant an additional Val Soul if you have rampaged recently. And then it also grants Rampage. Rampage is nice. I definitely think it's better than my current loves. My current loves are quite useless. So we can definitely do that.
The son of Ezemir met the son of San upon the road to the imperial throne. The Eternal offered his cunning, his eyes and ears bought and paid for. The Ezemite offered his strength, his sword, earned in the arena. A pact was forged, with the labyrinth as witness. Two men separated by blood, two men bound by hope, two men and only one emperor.
Just looking if I can't see any more ones. Ouch. Ouch! Bloody spikes come out of nowhere. Okay, it's a side area. I don't really want to go to a side area, to be honest. But I also don't want to take a chance to go through more traps. See, that can be painful over there, so let's not go that direction.
The Ezomite and the Eternal took their rest in the lee of Strife's gale and remembered the travelled road. Beast and fiend had fallen and bled to the Ezomite's sword, swift and true. Trap and trial had risen and succumbed to the Eternal's wits, quick and shrewd. Two men had cried their triumph, a warrior and his guide, whilst other ascendants echoed their pride with anguish and agony.
The pursuit of power can be a grotesque affair.
Be twice blessed. What does that actually mean? The pursuit of power. I believe that might be... you can select 2 blessings, I believe, maybe. On the end, there's a shrine where you can select blessings. Normally, you can only select 1, but I believe that one indicates that I will be able to select 2. I believe. I might be wrong. Okay, next one. This one is gonna go even quicker because now I have the haste shrine where
When the time comes
previously I didn't.
The Emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain doubt is to dance with death. The Asmeri
Let's enjoy some overlapping dialogue again.
They had to be, having been sired in the most inhospitable range of mountains in all of Rayclast. Unfortunate, some might say. An emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. The making of them, and of us, their descendants. So it is no wonder that they developed the law. Stay the course. With survival being a moment-by-moment concern, that harried people grew to understand power quite intimately. Strong leadership is able to bridge the chasm between existence and extinction. Poor leadership,
Ouch.
Goddess, what ambition into that same
chasm.
Only one of your lessons
When the
was
Asmeri
completed,
descended from the
Ascendant.
mountains to conquer the fecund lands of central Rayclast, they thrived and multiplied with utmost alacrity.
That one hit
Those more forgiving climes.
took me down to below half health. That must have been a critical hit or something.
That teaches us how we might excel in times of plenty.
Hey, now what's the use of having run around to this area? Come on, there's a thing around here somewhere. There we go.
Dark influences reside in dark places.
Oh, that's nice. Additional rare item, or unique item at least. I will not complain about that. Is this the correct path? It's not. But I don't really care that it's not the correct path. We can do it. That's fine. I don't mind not going to the direct correct path right now.
A guide. Cornered and quailing. A warrior. Watching. The moment bathed in the shadow of doubt. Of ambition. Of an imperial throne. And a people made free by an emperor of Ezamir. The warrior threw off that cold and cloying shadow and struck down the slavering beasts. The guide looked to the warrior with gratitude in his eyes and spoke of doubt, of ambition, of an imperial throne and a people made free by an emperor of Zaan.
Wasn't too difficult.
Where there's a silver key, there must be a silver door.
Okay, the silver one should be on this side, perhaps.
Any mystery can be unlocked if one has the right key.
Once again, I'm just quickly having a look for wands. Don't see any. And then here's a bunch of timed cranks in order to open this door. Okay, that's not a huge reward, but it's something at least. Okay, that's a boss. They're putting me between a rock and a hard place right now, which I don't appreciate. Okay, that's another silver key place. The correct path is probably over there. We can go over there. Oh, but now I have to run through this shit. There we go.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises.
The guide led the warrior down a path that wound and twisted through fields of blossoming promises, green-bladed hopes. The warrior closed his eyes, a mere moment to feel the warmth of the sun on his back and to drink from the guide's proffered flask. Now the warrior staggers and crawls down the wounded, tortured causeway. The bitterness stings his weeping eyes, the fire roars in his belly, consuming him. The warrior will not ascend. Instead,
The custom of the Lord's trial was upheld throughout the founding years of the Empire. Verusso's successor, Caspiro, was a low-born legionnaire. You must navigate your empire through trouble to every high-born contender, including Verusso's only son. Caspiro proved to be every bit the emperor that Verusso was. Prove yourself, Ascendant. Lord's labyrinth was corrupted by those with the vanity to consider their blood. Delight in your gilded dungeon, Ascendant. Breeds selfish times, and the Empire paid for it with its own blood, with the Knight of 1,000 Ribbons, with that most regal of cannibals, Emperor Romira. Not anymore. I, Isaro Frecius, shall return us to justice. I shall build the greatest Lord's labyrinth in Asmerian history, and my successor shall be chosen by the goddess herself. Only before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
That's not very good. We will chuck that one in the stash. Okay, we only have one treasure key. Why? Usually you get more, don't you? one treasure key is a little bit fucking ridiculous. Okay, there we get 2 treasure keys. That's a good one. I'm happy with that. Not really a fantastic haul, to be honest, but I mean, we didn't really come here for the loot. We came here for the skill points. Okay. Trigger Word of Thunder on kill. On gloves, you say? On gloves. Well, you can't put it on unique gloves. Unfortunately, I believe. Yes, you can't put it on unique gloves. Even if I remove this. Yep. So, we are gonna have to choose non-unique gloves. Have a look. Were these my old gloves? I think they might have been my old gloves. We're anyway gonna identify all of these items, so we might as well identify them now. I also want to put these ones in here. I don't have any more space actually. Okay, so we take which gloves are the best here. And those gloves aren't good. These ones are semi-good, not really. Those might actually be a little bit better. Let's quickly have a look. Yes, they are better. And you can only put it on gloves, I believe. It's showing me gloves over there, but let's just test it with a helm and boots as well, for instance. Okay, yeah, you can only put it on gloves. That's fine. Oh, wait. Holy shit, so you can put it on unique. I just didn't select the thing. I should have selected the thing. Okay, well, these gloves aren't bad. They're the best gloves that I currently have, so I guess we're gonna go ahead and do that. Trigger a Word of Thunder on kill. Okay. And then trigger Word of Blades on hit. But I don't hit, I use spells, so this will basically be useless for me. But at least now I have something extra on my gloves. I'm not sure what Word of Thunder is, but doesn't really matter, to be honest. And then I believe we take Necromancer. Let me just double check. I mean, logic would say that we take Necromancer, but I just need to be sure. Yes? How do I actually see the ascendancy of my build? I just want to have a look here. Just 1 second. Yes, Necromancer. And the first one that we take is Mindless Aggression, apparently. So over here, Mindless Aggression.
Embrace the serene power that is undead.
Well, that is certainly very powerful. Minions deal 30% increased damage. That is certainly powerful. You and nearby allies deal 30% more damage. Well, why would I take this over that? Isn't this better? Okay, let me just double check something. After that, we go to Unnatural Strength, apparently. Grants 30% physical damage as extra chaos damage. Okay, so I guess that is why we go over there. Because this one, in my opinion, is more powerful than this one. But we have to take this one in order to get to this one. And this one is obviously significantly more powerful if you are going with this current build that I am. I guess it makes sense, but otherwise I would have taken this because this one is more powerful than this one. But that's fine. Yeah, I'm not a corpse build. Like, this uses corpses, this one uses corpses. I'm not a corpse build, so we're gonna go for this one. I mean, already this will increase all of our damage by 40%. Because it's 10% attack speed and 30% damage. That's not even considering the movement speed. Technically, movement speed also increases damage because your minions will be able to more reliably and constantly attack the enemies. Okay, so that is our first trial done with. We did pretty good. I nearly died, kind of, once my health went below 50%. But I mean, 50% is still 50% health left, you know, so it's not really that close. But to be honest, I haven't invested anything directly into any defenses, to be honest. Like, I mean, my chest doesn't even give me any defenses or any stats. It doesn't give me any stats whatsoever, so my defenses, even with my defenses being as crap as it is, I was still able to basically fly through that place without any trouble. Word of Blades. I don't really know what Word of Blades is, to be honest, but it's probably not anything really significant. This is not bad, but I do lose about 80 health, which is a significant amount. So we're not gonna take that one.
Good luck to you.
I will store that one. These ones should actually go over here. And then I just want to clear this one out. It just really goes against my OCD to leave yellow items on the ground. I really have to temper my OCD to tell myself, okay, we can't take everything with us, you know, but that's why I take at least some items with us. And then obviously, apart from the fact that you get potentially some good yellow items from it, I mean, I can still improve a lot of my items. You obviously also get some currency, not a huge amount of currency, but I mean, you have to start somewhere, and when you start with a brand new character on a new league, then money is certainly a concern, you know, because I wouldn't have been able to afford my rings that cost a couple of chaos each. I wouldn't have been able to afford them if I wasn't so studious about picking up items and selling them to the vendor and stuff like that. This one is nice for elemental stuff, but it's elemental attack skills, it's not elemental spells, so that won't really help me at all. I also need to look for a belt which increases my maximum energy shield by as much as possible, because I do need maximum energy shield quite a bit. I almost want to take this one. It's pretty good, and yeah, I would say it's better than my current belt actually.
Good luck to you.
Okay, I believe that's all of the items that I brought back with me.
Mate.
Chances of me getting an improvement on my rings is literally 0. But I might be able to get a better neck for me.
Don't do anything I would.
Okay, and we are done. We can move on. And now our build is obviously, like I said, about 40% even more powerful than what we were before we entered the laboratory, or the labyrinth, whatever you call it. This whole area obviously is pretty good for farming experience. It's a very good place for experience farming, but we are not gonna do experience farming. We are not we're already 6 levels too high for the area, so we're not looking for experience, to be honest. If you're over leveled in an area, you literally lose experience, as opposed to what you would normally have gotten if you weren't over leveled. So you should try your best to not be over leveled in an area.
I like you better this way.
And yeah, I'm currently very over leveled. bird didn't last very long. Okay, that was easy enough.
We opened the gates to you for... I have seen the look in... What do you...
You are most welcome.
Until next time.
Seems like the... See you later.
The time. Ta-ta. Not a...
You come to us. Sekema, go where you are needed.
I am Tasuni. I stare. Of course.
Yeah, I don't have any divination cards right now. I like this zone also. You can really farm a lot on this zone. If you're actually in the mood to do some farming, but like I said, I'm not gonna do farming. I'm literally gonna avoid extra battles if I can.
I vowed to care for this empire with my eyes open. I lied to my people.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the better of you, doesn't it, Vol?
Okay, I think we're done.
Yes?
Why did I pick that up? Must have been by mistake.
See ya.
See that? Stay in the light, Exile.
Ta-ta. Not a...
The gate is...
Hey, Chaos Golem, we can definitely get the Golem. Let me just see here quickly. Which Golem do we want? I know that I can take a Golem, but it needs to be specific Golem, I believe. Stone Golem. Apparently. Not sure which Golem is the quote-unquote best Golem, but according to my build, it's Stone Golem. So this one grants physical damage reduction. This one grants increased critical strike chance. This one increases damage. This one gives life regeneration, which I guess would be good to keep us alive as well. This one increases attack speed and cast speed. Grants added physical damage for your non-golem minions. So why wouldn't I take a carrion golem then? Because the carrion golem obviously increases damage. Golems deal 5% more damage per non-golem minion near them. Grants 8 to 12 additional physical damage for non-golem minions. I guess I can understand, because right now we are using physical attacks for our minions, but once we get the desecrated undead jewel, then our skeletons will become ranged and they won't deal physical damage anymore. So I guess I can understand that. So stone golem, you say? I mean, I guess that's good. 40 life regeneration per second. That is quite a lot. Definitely quite a lot. I guess so. I guess it's not bad.
Where you are needed.
The gate. You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
Okay, so are we gonna put it in now? Yes. I do believe we are able to do that.
Another good find. Good find, Exile. Ah, this is the... Welcome, Exile. Ah, this is the... Ta-da!
There should be a third mine. Come on, golem. Is usually that purple usually indicates that there's a golem, but apparently the golem is hiding from us. There we go, there's the third one. Oh, I need to go back there, fuck's sake. It's always Murphy's Law when with me. Like, I just always run in the wrong direction. Happy.
Hello.
Yeah.
Ah, stay in the light.
I mean, I guess I can visit it.
Looks like ta-da!
Yeah, but I don't want to go in right now. I will come back later. I'm not gonna do mining right now.
Greeting.
Thank you very much.
I think it likes me.
Okay, that was a boss.
There are so many more trapped spirits in this place. I can feel them.
Wow, all of these have 1+ quality. That's fucking stupid. 1 quality doesn't do anything. Like, 1 quality is so useless.
Beast in my sights, Exile! You have been captured, Beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be
Don't be
fooled.
frightened, little mountain. It'll all be over soon.
There's 2 together. You need to be careful when there's multiple bosses together, because a lot of times they can give each other auras and stuff like that.
Survivor, you are well prepared for the end. This is a fine capture.
Okay, that boss explodes, so you need to watch out for that. Ouch. That hurt. still don't know what those orbs are. Or what causes them. Oh, all of these are identified.
Too much clutter.
Indeed. Sage wand. I believe I have a lot of sage wands. But I mean, we can take it with. It's fine.
Yes.
%20% chance to gain a flask charge when you critical strike. That's pretty good.
See ya.
Dash red. I'm watching you.
Okay, talk to Tsutsuni.
I felt you shall be rewarded.
I won't say no to a free skill point.
The Rapture device has absorbed its fill of harvested life from fury and desire.
You know. Don't die, please.
Okay, San encampment. Why the hell do I need to go to San encampment? Oh, okay. No, my guide is telling me that I must complete the lab when I've already completed the lab, so my guide is just a little bit behind. And then enter Daresio's dream, that's fine.
I am Daresio, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Well, I don't have to fight. My minions will certainly fight. I will just sit back and relax. Isn't that nice? You can just literally sit there and your minions do everything. Ouch, ouch. All of those bastards shooting at you at once does not feel good.
People of the gutters, steel your bellies, for the slaughter is at hand.
Yes, the slaughter is at hand.
If a little mercy,
Your slaughter.
any stinking flock were simply an audition. Let us see how you fare in the grand arena of Theopolis.
Yes, we shall see. I need to get over there. 1, 2, 3, 30% increased movement speed. Minions have 30% chance to gain onslaught for 4 seconds on a kill. And now they will move 30% faster, and when they kill, gain onslaught.
It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merfair. It is our inspiration that defines us. What do you fight for, gladiator? Hundreds of warriors tried to lay claim to the same title. Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator. At age 13, carving knife in hand, I killed beasts for the amusement of the filthy. At 15, they thought me worthy to fight a fellow man. A butcher he was, twice as big and twice as stupid as I.
Too much clutter.
I butchered the butcher, and many like him. Earned my way, kill by kill, out of the awful pit and into the grand arena. I thought I would find wealth and glory in the arena. I was wrong. I found something fun.
Yes?
Better sell. 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 I think I already have one of these bows. Yes, I already have one of them. I guess this one is just going into the stash.
I knelt in the sand of the Grand Arena, awaiting the killing blow. I raised my eyes to look upon my death. Instead, I saw her. Merveille. Her beautiful eyes met mine. I knew she saw me. I turned my opponent's strike and killed the man with his own dagger.
A battle worthy of song.
Had always been
the way we fight. Reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the idea.
All of this bloody overlapping dialogue.
Is your passion enough to climb a crown?
Yet I needed
king of swords is nothing
if he cannot defend I had no choice. I could not die this day. I made him shiver under every parry, striking with all my might so that my arms felt they might snap with every impact.
That's bullshit. I already reduced his health to 0%.
For that moment when he began to doubt.
Look at that shit. I killed him 4 times over.
To break this to you, Deriso, but she's not real.
I'm done there.
What do you need now?
I really don't like this phase changing shit, because like it really disadvantages certain builds, especially builds that do burst damage, because like you might be readying your big attack and you throw your big attack and the boss transitions into the invulnerability phase, and then you've just wasted your biggest attack on the boss. It's just like really stupid. You gain deal 50% more spell lightning damage. Right, let me check what what auras I'm supposed to have. Determination. And summon skitterbots. And defiance. Determination. Skitterbots. Defiance. I do have skitterbots. Skitter. Oh, where's my skitterbots? Didn't I have skitterbots? Defiance. Nope. Okay. Defiance, skitterbots, and determination. I don't have any of those apparently. Perhaps you can help me with it? No, you can't.
Anything you need, just ask.
You can only have one golem active at any one time, unfortunately.
Good luck.
Okay, skitterbots. Where did we get skitterbots again? Was it at the library, maybe? Might have been at the library. Let's quickly go have a look.
It's so good.
There we go. Skitterbots, 35% mana reservation. I don't know why this would actually be so good. Like, Grant you more trap damage, cannot be targeted. I don't know why my guide would tell me that I should use skitterbots. Just doesn't seem good to me. Let's see if she has determination or he has the determination, doesn't he? Yes, it does. Okay, so that gives more armor. That at least makes sense. Having more armor is obviously nice. And then defiance. Here we go. Casting once reserves mana to carry a banner, which increases the armor and evasion of nearby allies and reduces the critical strike chance of nearby enemies. Grant stages over time while carrying the banner near enemies. Casting the skill again places the banner, ending the mana reservation. Once placed, it becomes more powerful for each stage gained. You cannot have multiple banners. Okay, well, that only uses 10% of mana. That's not bad. We can definitely do that. So, one orb of alteration, and then the other one, I can't remember. So yeah, we can definitely do that. But I think, honestly, probably Defiance. We can take Defiance. But then I want that other lightning damage one. This one. Alteration. I think the lightning damage one will be better. Once again, my guide says something that I should do, and I just do not agree with it. I'm not gonna go with that. Okay, so I do have Wrath. Don't have Defiance, so let's go get it. Obviously, I could, if I really wanted to, get 20 quality gems of these ones, you know, but I mean, it's not really necessary to do that. It would increase the damage of the skills, but I don't think it's necessary. I'm already walking through most of these things. Okay, so now I need a blue slot. That one will work, and then I need a red slot. Okay, unfortunately I don't have any red slots. Absolution I'm using. Herald of Purity I'm using. Stone Golem I'm using. No Defiance banner for now doesn't have a space, which isn't the end of the world. Let me just check. Activate that. Control Q. Okay, so now my mana is a little bit low, to be honest, but we will now deal more damage at least.
Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
I should be able to get along with this amount of mana. It shouldn't be a huge issue.
So this is what the inside of a Karui king's head looks like. I hope they're not.
I dreamed of my ancestors' halls. They were empty. I dreamed of the north, of an offering left to us by Tukohama. An offering that will save the Karui. I needed only to take it. I gathered my finest 500. I brought them here. I claimed what Tukohama had promised me.
Anything good? Don't see anything. Nope. Wild wand we can take.
More mana.
Yeah, we're gonna be hearing that quite a lot. That was on my side, by the way, not on your guys' side.
I allowed not
Let me just quickly check.
to fall. The blood of the ancestors surged in our veins, and each and every one of my warriors earned Tukohama's mark upon their skin. We descended into the heart of Rayclast, and there he came to me, Tukohama. He asked of me a sacrifice.
I'm just replying to the message quickly.
My axe fell 500 times, the jade drinking its fill of Kardui blood. Tukohama was pleased.
Okay, I've responded to them. We'll see if they respond back. Okay, so let's see. Drop that. Where do we want to go? We want to go over here.
When I'm ready, and not before.
If I just get a little bit more, what do you call it? ES, whatever it's called, what's it called? Energy shield. If I just get a little bit more energy shield, I will have no problems with mana, because my mana now is literally my energy shield. So let's say I get 100 more energy shield, that means 100 more mana. I didn't even get time to target that boss almost, before it was dead.
Clumsy me.
Well, now my inventory is a little bit full. So let's quickly go back.
Yes. Bye.
Banner of Defiance. Yeah, we're gonna need something. We're gonna need an additional red gem somewhere. But it's okay, we will put that in there for now. Until we get another red one. Or a different item, obviously, that has different sockets.
The Eternals opened the gate and invited Kitava into this land. The Karui paid the price. Kitava cut us off from the ancestors, raised the remembered as his children, tortured our dreams. Kitava murdered the Karui way. I will found a new way, for I have been chosen. I gather my forces so that I might wage...
Holy shit, that was close.
I am the son of...
What the holy hell was that?
I will lead the Karui back to glory.
Did you guys see my bloody health there? Like, that was ridiculous. I'm just looking for bloody wands once again. I actually need to set up a filter which shows wand base types. That will save a little bit of time at least. I mean, it's not the end of the world, it's just irritating having to look through all of the names just to spot the ones. Oh, there was a boss back there as well. So nice that I don't even notice when there's bosses around. They just die. I just see the loot popping up. That's the only way how I know there was a boss. Just the loot. There as well. I nearly didn't even notice that one. I don't want to go in there.
clatter.
And that's a lot of shit.
Too much clatter.
Are you sure? Because I think you can take it.
The moment your skin touched the corrupted soil of Rayclast, you were infected. Kitava has soaked this land in his filth. I will crush the corruption from your bones. Drain your black blood upon this sacred ground. Brothers and sisters, I honor you with a warrior's death. Your spirits will fight by my side when we march against Kitava. You will be given in service to Tukohama. You will be remembered with glory.
Okay, so there's mana reduction around here somewhere. Let's have a look. Over here. So we can take this mana reduction over here. Aura reduction at least. That will help us to get more auras and stuff, which obviously will be good.
Walks amongst us.
And he's dead.
Now that's what you get for losing your temper, Calm.
You've been a naughty, naughty boy, Calm. You need to calm down a little bit.
Can we be of help?
We can use that one. Yeah, it's better than mine. And then this one, 480, it's definitely better than mine. So that's good. Which one of these is the worst? That's the question. That one is the worst.
Yes.
Yes. Until next time.
Okay, now we can go back to the crystal veins and hand in both of the pieces.
None.
Yeah, now you're gonna get crispified. I will collect my reward later, not right now.
It's not every day you get to walk into a living, breathing nightmare.
What the hell hit me there? Definitely want to get level quality level 20 absolution, quality level 20 lightning to physical damage, all of that kind of stuff. Basically all of my gems I can still make into quality level 20, and that will, it's not a big improvement, but it's like basically a 20% damage improvement, you know. In some cases more than a 20% damage improvement, because some of the gems actually gain a bigger benefit than just 20%. So that's another way how you can relatively cheaply gain a lot of power, even though some of the gems are expensive, but some of the gems, some level 20 gems are like 3 chaos. It's really not a lot, like 3 or 4 chaos, and then you can have a level 20 gem. And in some cases you can get a level 15, level 16 gem, or a quality 15, 16 gem, or 1 chaos, and then you can actually buy the glass blower bauble things for cheaper, and then you can just level up the last 2 or 3 or 4 levels of quality using the glass blower baubles. So then it works out much cheaper than the 3 or 4 chaos that you would have paid if you had just bought a straight out quality 20 gem. So that's also something to always think about. If you're really trying to save some money, you can just buy the cheapest, highest level gem and then just level it yourself.
happy for me, sister. It's not often we get to erase our failures.
Ouch. There was no dodging that. Come on, why aren't you dealing damage? For fuck's sake. Yeah, that was ouchies. Really painful. Okay, is everything my golem, my zombies, and my other dude, and then we can just activate this again. Yeah, that was instant death. Instantaneous death. So we really cannot face tank that hit. We need to definitely dodge it.
Mistakes can be our greatest achievements.
Yeah, that was ouch.
That's twice. It was Malachi who...
That's literally the first time that I've died in 8 hours. Well, that's not too bad. This build is definitely viable for hardcore. You just need to invest into defenses. Like, I have literally not invested anything into defenses. Like, honestly, nothing. Like, I mean, even this over here.
Good. I like surprises.
My build, the build guide that I'm following, says that I'm supposed to have this over here. Increase maximum HP. I didn't even take that. I didn't even bother with that. Obviously I took this over here, but like this over here, I didn't take. Like, honestly, the amount of extra survivability that I could have is just crazy. Like, even my aura, this Wraith aura or Wrath aura, which gives damage, that according to the build guide is supposed to be determination, which obviously increases your armor, so that also would have helped against any damage you receive. So honestly, if you play the build more more tanky, it's absolutely hardcore viable.
Before...
I really should get my mage skeletons.
Oh, Doedry. We witches have to have some standards. Too much clutter.
this day, the eve of this rapture's completion, I honor those who have passed, and whose passion and knowledge have brought us to the brink of salvation. Inquisitor Maligaro, a creative force without equal.
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity.
That was hilarious. It's like 2.5 seconds.
I'm glad I won't be seeing any more of your work.
Let's sell.
Yes.
We can also go collect our reward.
Good luck.
I don't have any portals. Did I throw away all of my portals or what? Spell echo, greater, projectiles, no. Not sure if I need any of these. No, none of them seem good for my build. Yeah, I don't think I need any of them.
Still I live.
A body to kill for. You have murdered.
That wasn't even 1 second.
I hate to be critical, but I've seen better.
You've come such...
And this is a big battle as well.
I have been expecting you, witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. We'll go to bed now, little girl. Or do I need to tuck you in?
Now, Exile! Kill me!
Hey, that was quick.
This is what I get for trying to be a bloody hero. Who'd have thought you'd be so suited to the role? I was convinced I'd made a fatal mistake.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Accept the gift of immortality. Accept the gift of immortality. Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
And that was fucking quick. That might have been the quickest Maligara kill that I've ever gotten.
Poor Malachi. You were so frightened of death, weren't you? Now the two of you can get better acquainted. It's really not so bad once you get to know it.
It's...
%80% increased critical strike chance for spells. That's quite significant, but I still think the 20% or so extra damage that I get from my current shield is still probably better. Probably.
Good luck.
What cannot be? May fear guide you.
Ah, witch. The corruption will pass.
The little we no love.
I was go where you are needed.
And now we are in the accent. Let me just see here. Blah blah blah. Grand Arena. I'm just checking my guide. My guide got stuck somewhere. There we go. Now we are in the correct place. %3 on all of these. That's pretty useless. Let me just see if there's not any ones. Ah, more beasts. I do like those.
Bring the beast in my sights, Exile. The first ones look upon this capture with pride, Exile. You hunt well.
obviously looking for the beasts. And see them perhaps there on the other side of the... Ah, here's one.
You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food.
3 white sockets.
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now.
Okay, that was a boss.
You are captured, stupid beast.
At first he says, we are friends now, and then he calls the next one a stupid beast. Like, that's a little bit contradictory. There's the final one.
There are no more worthy beasts nearby. So, I now will go feed the ones we caught.
Captain Tavares, altitude is imperative to forging a stable connection with the prime resonator in Theopolis. Power source is equally vital. Locate a fissure in the mountainside and lower a conductive cable into it. The deeper, the better. It will take an immense amount of thaumaturgical energy to execute the successful disintegration and transmission of objects, both inanimate and animate, between Highgate and Theopolis. For that kind of power, we must tap the origin. I needn't remind you of the consequences should either of those elements prove deficient. That is why I would like you, Tavares, to be the first to test the resonator once it is operational. Accountability is a perfect counterweight to ambition. High Templar Dominus.
Yeah, that's a pretty good motivator. The guy is supposed to
What do you need now?
gather the appropriate stuff, and then he is to be the first person through the portal as well. So that's a pretty big motivator to do your job correctly. It's like the chef, the story that long ago the chef would take the first bite of the food that he cooked for the king or the queen or whatever, or the captain, and then that way the dude will know that the chef didn't screw him over by poisoning it, because the chef has to take the first bite.
You will be remembered.
Guess we can sell these gloves, because I mean, sure, they have white sockets, but
You will be remembered.
it's not really useful. Somehow I lost my Spectre. I guess in one of the battles... one of the battles was a little bit rough for my Spectre. Okay, so that one, and then where do we go next? Next we go down, straight down, past Devotion. So we go in this direction, and then we are gonna end up at the Tireless, which is over there. So we're gonna go down like this and then across to Tireless. I need to select one of these things to actually resurrect. I want some kind of a spellcaster actually to resurrect. Wow, okay, that's a lot of gems to level up. And the rest are limited by level. Okay. The thing pops up to eliminate whatever Overseer Crow, and then I don't even see Overseer Crow, like I don't even know where he is, and then it switches over to okay, objective completed, you know, like it's just hilarious. I'm still looking at the ground, looking for stuff to loot and stuff like that, and my fucking minions are just completely destroying everything around. Like, it's just so hilarious to me.
Blood.
Some people won't like a build like this, you know, that's you're basically doing nothing. But I actually really like it. I really enjoy it.
Remember, hello. Remember, we do this for freedom.
Unlike the some time ago. Tootles.
Toodles. Oh, that guy just hit me with some kind of a spell. Let's summon him to see. Maybe he can use his spells for good. Bleeding, I hate bleeding. Monster hinder on hit, blah blah blah, increase back. No, I don't care about that. Some of those side zones have some interesting modifiers, you know, like drops identified items or drops extra socketed items, you know, stuff like that. I will do those, but I don't want to do just a regular zone, you know, a regular extra zone. Because like I explained previously, I don't want to level unnecessary. Blacksmith Strongbox. Blacksmith Strongbox. I don't believe that's one of the good ones. I don't believe so. I believe this only gives like weapons, so it's not really useful. Yeah, just weapons. It's not one of the good ones. are we gonna go back? No, we don't need to go back. Okay, those were 2 bosses apparently. Excuse me for not noticing that you were bosses. I was too busy looting your friends. Wow, that's a strong one. Now I really don't have any space left.
Thank you.
No problem. Oh, you don't have a Quicksilver flask? I wanted a Quicksilver flask. I guess, like, let's take the Chaos one, maybe? The Jade Flask. Jade Flasks are very popular. Let's take the Jade Flask. Maybe it's a good one. And it's not a good one.
For freedom. I simply go.
Farewell.
Greetings.
Okay, so we're gonna go down, down. That's pretty good. We can definitely take that. That will increase our auras, which is good. We're only running 1 aura right now, but we will run many eventually. Where the hell is this entrance? Wonder, does this place have a waypoint? I think it does have a waypoint, maybe? Oh, it does have a waypoint, but I did get the waypoint apparently. Okay. Let's see. And those guys were lightning resistant. That's not very nice of them. These guys were not lightning resistant. Damn it, I missed him.
Much clatter.
Indeed. I don't seem to think so. Yeah, I just resurrected that guy that is like a spellcaster. Let's see what he can do. Because the other melee guy with a shield really didn't seem like he was doing much. Okay, our thing is full. We can quickly go back and go sell.
Talamoan. Akura, savior.
So we are supposed to be level 43 and we are level 47, so we're only 4 levels ahead, which is good. That means we're closing the gap on the overlap. Because at one stage we were 7 levels ahead. Now we're just 4 levels ahead, which means we will be gaining more experience in this area. Or at least more experience than what we would have gained. Okay, no voice, unfortunately. That. Quite a bit of damage there. I wonder, do we want to try to start doing those things now? I mean, our build is pretty good now. We have, well, regeneration isn't gonna even help us. Like, health regeneration isn't even gonna help us. But I mean, we can try it, you know? We can try it a little bit. See how it goes. Just need to avoid damage like a bastard. That's really the name of the game. avoid all of the damage you possibly can. Fortunately, my minions now are way more powerful than what they were previously. I took damage there somehow. I don't know what damaged me, but something damaged me apparently. Yeah, so that's how you heal. I was wondering how you heal in those places. Apparently the fountains are the things that heal you. There we go. Ouch. Okay, let's see how fast we can kill this boss.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Okay, he's invulnerable.
I am the Emperor.
I hate invulnerable bosses. So fucking stupid. Look at that. Immediately when he went out of his invulnerability, he immediately died. Look at that, he's invulnerable again. Bullshit. More invulnerability. I could have been level 100 by now if you weren't wasting my fucking time like this.
Innocence. You, and only you, I shall save. I am sin.
Get a little cinematic. That's the longest cinematic on Earth. the Final Fantasy games would be proud of such a long cinematic.
You deserve.
I'm not sure which one gives what actually.
Once Kitava has gone.
Wow. Oh, okay, these are mirrored. I almost wanted to say they're giving exactly the same stats. What are the chances of that? Two different items to give exactly the same stats. I'm gonna keep the jewels because as far as I can remember there's a vendor recipe involving the jewels. If I'm not mistaken. And now we need to go to that place, just to the top, I believe. Oh no, out here. Yeah, the world has now changed, obviously.
What in damnation?
You've destroyed him and yet...
Yeah, the entire world has changed.
Mana.
Oh, white items. Seems there's a lot more white items dropping. Perhaps the developers added some kind of a modifier to certain bosses that they can drop white items, because really oh, that's not good. I cannot remember so many white items dropping before. Ouch. What level are we now? 59. That Utula is speaking, but I can't hear a single bloody word that he's saying. Enter the ossuary, according to my guide. Oh, I remember this place. This is a really nice place to farm experience as well. Oh no, wait, it's not the place I'm thinking of. The place just looks similar.
Too much clutter.
Okay, any other ones? Not that I can see. There's not really too much clutter, you're just lazy. Let's go back, sell quickly, and then we can go into that one.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
Why did I pick that shit up? Clearly did not mean to.
Remember, we do this for freedom.
I do it for experience.
We're glad Lani's told. Innocence blesses your journey.
Contains minor treasure reward. Yes, that's fine. Don't see why not. Just need to remember to dodge like a bastard. Shit. Where the hell did that mother come from? It's fucking stupid that the developers include monsters that can just like fucking teleport. Like, just put regular ass monsters in here. Don't make it extra super difficult by inventing monsters that can fucking teleport and go invisible and stupid shit like that. Look at that. Jump around like a bastard. That was easy enough. In chests. That's bullshit. I'm not even close to the bastard and then he throws technique that hits me. I took bloody 20 damage from that. Like, the developers were super gay with this. They gave the monsters abilities that they can jump, like jump bloody far at speed, like at a fast speed, very quickly. Then they gave them, some of them, invisibility. Then they gave them abilities that have a pretty large area of effect and that also has a very long distance. So like there, he was bloody in another room and he threw the ability on top of me. Like, it's just so many super gay stuff that the developers were like, okay, how can we make this the gayest thing possible? Like, how can we reduce the player's health unexpectedly and all of that shit without them even being able to counter it or anything like that. Like, there's zero skill involved. It's just luck. Like, if the dude decides to drop that shit on you from another bloody room, then you're screwed. You're gonna take damage. There's nothing you can do about it. Just stupid.
An empire is not. An empire.
Okay. We're done here, I believe. Okay, head south. Now we're looking for the reliquary. I don't think there's a waypoint. I think we already got the waypoint of this place. I think we... Oh, there, that was a boss. I think we just need to go into the place. And that's it. Here's one place. Is it the reliquary? Yes, it is. And we find the waypoint here as well. Guys, I think I am going to end here today. I'm just yawning constantly. Like, you guys aren't hearing it, but I'm pointing my mouth away from the microphone so that you guys don't hear me yawning. So, it's quite late. It's 5:40 a.m. right now. So in the morning, 5:40. That's pretty brutal. And I've been going for 4.5 hours. Talking constantly, it just makes you tired. So I'm done for today. I'm gonna continue from exactly here the next time that I play. I won't do anything. Well, I might shop a little bit. I actually want to see if I can't get that gem, the Dead Reckoning gem. So I might do that, but honestly, otherwise than that, I'm not gonna battle or do any bosses or anything like that at all without continuing from where I left off and recording and all of that, obviously. So yeah, I'm just gonna basically do some inventory management and all of that. And yeah, as always, it would be super appreciated if you guys are gonna buy any Steam games. If you could do it through nexus.gg/NFB Gaming, that would be super appreciated. You can also actually buy Path of Exile packs, like armors and stuff like that. You can actually buy on there as well from the developers themselves. It's not like a third-party G2A site where they sell stolen keys and stuff like that. This is actually directly from the developers themselves that you're buying these Path of Exile skins. And yeah, the full, almost the full percentage of revenue is going to the developers. I get like 5% or something like that sometimes. So it's not only a good way to support the channel, but also a good way to support the developers. I've bought stuff on that site before for Path of Exile. That's why I look so fucking awesome. And I can really recommend it. You can see I've got a lot of different wings, armor sets, stuff that I've bought over the years. So I can definitely recommend that site. It's a totally legitimate site that has been around for several years. And like I said, it's Grinding Gear Games, the developers themselves, who list all of their packs and stuff on there. So just go ahead, check it out if you are gonna buy any Path of Exile microtransactions, and then obviously you can also buy games through there as well. So yeah guys, that's it for today. I do look forward to perhaps next time that I record having the Dead Reckoning gem, that would be really awesome. Then we can do some summon skeleton stuff, some mage skeletons. I really think that will be really awesome. It would definitely kick the build into another level. So yeah guys, that's it for today. Thanks a lot for watching, and I'll see you guys next time.